I don't know whether this is working or not. I rebooted just before. Something is definitely wrong. I am trying to edit a video, and normally doesn't give me this much trouble. But I don't know if I am one. I don't know what it's really lagging. I mean, even lagging, which doesn't bode well. Happy first of NaNoWRIMO. Anybody hear me? I started my day exactly at midnight, my time, Eastern Standard Time, and started writing. After I did my writing, I created 2 videos, which I now have to edit. One of them is exporting right now, and I guess it's part of the problem that I'm having. So I'm not really sure whether this is actually going out or not going out. It's really hanging up. And so I'm hoping that it's working, but what I can say on my end isn't very good. So if you suddenly see me disappear, I will be back. I may have to reboot again, but I will be back. I hope I don't have to reboot because I've got a video exporting, and I really don't want to start over again with that, especially if it's going to cause this much trouble. Usually it might slow it a little bit, or it doesn't usually give me this one. I did just reboot, so I'm working up a fresh reboot, so they shouldn't be having so much trouble. So I'm not exactly sure what's going on. I have a video left. Halfway through the video, it says approximately halfway through the video. Approximate time is 11 minutes, but we know how that is. Doesn't necessarily mean anything. So I'm only about halfway through. Hi, Klacha. We down to 2 days now? Almost here. Almost here. The long-awaited day is almost here. It's funny. I mean, oh, it's 1. So I missed something. I might have missed something. Leave tomorrow at lunch. So cool. I wish you so much fun and joy and happiness. All that stuff. I mean, the excitement. And to be young again. I do miss it sometimes. So I hope you have a grand time. I suppose it'll be quiet around here without you. I'm pretty sure you probably won't be hanging around in here. At least I don't expect you to be. Expect you to be out having fun somewhere. I hope this is showing up all right because I'm having so much trouble with the computer today. It doesn't like me. It's one of those days. You might. Well, if you get some time and nothing to do, you know I always enjoy having you online. I mean, what's my stream without gotcha? Yesterday was a weird day, bouncing around from all the different streams myself. I'm not used to doing that. But I was looking for places to write, and it wasn't my day. I did I was on Charlie's for a while, but that's not my stream. I was just a co-host. And so I've been trying to make my appearance at quite a few different people's streams that are, because it's some of these people don't know me. So I start visiting them, then perhaps they start visiting me. You have nothing to do or write. You're just waiting. Oh, man. That makes it so much harder if you have nothing to keep yourself occupied. Honestly. There's nothing that you can do that would cheer you up and tide you over till it's time. Let's see, if I remember correctly, we're in the same time zone. So you don't read? I don't remember. We may have talked about this. Don't read. So when I'm excited, I find it hard to read. I can't find it hard to sit still. Like I'm like really bouncy all over the place kind of thing. Yeah, I'm not really good. I'm not a patient person. For sure. You don't read. And you can't do anything for school. You can or you don't want to do anything for school. My next assignment requires me to have access to Netflix. Well, that's pretty sucky. How can they make something like that when not everybody has Netflix? I don't see how they can make an assignment like that, not requiring something that's not in every household. Your dad needs to get a new account. Luckily, Netflix isn't super expensive. At least that's one good thing. And it's usually, I think, like you sign up for the account and you have it. Oh, there's other options, but you're not interested in. So you have to wait till Friday. That would be tomorrow. Friday, I'm not sure I'll get as much writing done Friday because I have so many doctor appointments tomorrow. It's like the day is filled. So it'll be like my sprint at night, maybe a little bit of time here and there. He already had one, but he was using a friend's account and she died this month. Oh, crap. And now he's getting his own again. Yeah. I have Netflix, but I haven't looked at it in so long. I keep saying, why am I paying for this every month when I don't even bother to watch it? But then the one day I would want to watch it and I wouldn't have it. That would be me. That's the normal stuff I go through. uh, so you said you have nothing to write. So you're not doing anything for Nano at all? You have no project? Watch 13 Reasons Why. It's too good. Watch the whole show in a week, all 4 seasons. I never heard of that one. And I've done binge watching on there and other places. I keep starting this one that's on Apple. It's called Servant. It's kind of it's a horror thing. And it's kind of like, when I start watching it, I get into it. But when I get kicked out of it for whatever reason and have to do something else, I don't feel like getting started with it again. So I don't know if I'll ever finish that out. I'm still on season 1 and season 2 is out already. You have nothing for Nano because none of your projects line up with it. You'll be doing anything during April. Well, that kind of sucks. I mean, me, I don't normally have a problem lining some project up with it because I do more than one project at one time. So I always, yeah, my Apple's on my phone. Yeah, it's on my phone. And I started watching this, and I figured, wow, this is really good. I want to keep watching this. And then something came up, and I stopped. And I forgot about it for a while. Oh, I really should watch that. So I watched a little bit more of it, and then something else happens. So, it's like, well, season 2's out now, people. It's like, oh, wow, season 2's out. I haven't finished season 1 yet. And then I've had other shows where, like Grey's Anatomy, it was like 13 straight season, NCIS, 13 straight season. I mean, I just sat there all day long and did nothing but watch these shows. Crazy. Thirteen Reasons Why is something to write down. Watch it all night. I don't know. Never heard of it. Man, I have to be in a mood to binge. I don't just binge when I feel like it. I have to be in the mood for it. 13 hours for seasons 1 to 3, and then 11 hours for season 4. It's magical. Magical. I don't like the word magical. If it has anything to do with magical fantasy, that kind of stuff, I'm not interested. I don't do that. It's not my thing. If that's what you mean by magical. If you mean just that it's extra special or something like that, well, maybe different. But it's not something I even heard of, so. And I'm not in the mood right now to spend hours binging on something. I got enough to do in April without that. High school drama. Nah. And later a courtroom drama tied in. Not exactly on the highest list of things to watch for me. I'm not in high school. I don't get really super involved in high school drama shows usually. I like things like NCIS and medical shows like Grey's Anatomy and stuff like that. I know that happens a lot. They use actors that are much older that appear young. You'll fit right in. Somehow, I don't think that's quite true. A little bit older than that. Don't think anybody would think I was in high school. One of them was 33. Yeah, I know they rarely use young actors. Looks younger than most of them. Yeah, I can see that. There are some people out there that definitely look much younger. I mean, I see these 90-year-olds that look a lot younger than I do. They're in good shape. They look young. Pretty, pretty amazing sometimes. I feel like 164. I just found out I have to put oxygen on at night with my BiPAP machine to sleep. And part of my problem is that I'm not getting enough oxygen to my brain, which I told them. I was pretty sure that was the problem. So maybe I can start waking my brain up a little bit and think straighter. You're so intense on me watching these things. Shoot, I gotta take this. I'm sorry. Hello. Yes. Hi. I have you on my schedule tomorrow. I'll be out tomorrow morning. No. Sorry, tomorrow's booked up. Oh. Okay. Do you have a doctor's appointment? I have 2 of them tomorrow. And between the transportation with Logisticare, I don't have time to fit a nurse's appointment in. Oh, okay. All right. Well, I'll let the office go then. I mean, they shouldn't be making appointments for me without checking anyhow. They should have. I'm calling you. I set my own appointment. Oh, okay. Oh. Okay. Well, no, this week won't work. I'm sorry. Okay. Is everything going okay? Yeah, everything's fine. I know you were having problems with your input. Right now, everything, believe it or not, is working okay. Sorry about that. I got nurses coming out, and they don't bother even check. They just say, "I'll be here." Well, no, you won't be here. Why don't you ask me whether I'm available? Do not just assume that I am going to be home, because I'm not. So next week they'll have to deal with it. I'm not dealing with it this week. I hate they do that though. They're, like, they just assume that they can tell you when they're going to be there and you're going to be on bended knee waiting for them. And I know part of it is because, hi Laura, you're still working. All right. A lot of it's because I just got out of the hospital, so they assume I'm sitting home waiting. No, I'm going to all the doctor appointments I have to go to. I just got out of the hospital, remember? Jeez. So how are you doing, Laura? I know you're working on that story, getting all the research and stuff. No, I started at midnight last night. I didn't wait. I started right at midnight. I was just annoyed at these nurses that assume you're sitting there doing nothing and they can just come whenever they feel like it. I saw that. I don't, in the Discord. I said, where did I see that? Yeah, I saw it in the Discord. That's great. That's great. That's one less thing to worry about, right? You set up your April bullet journal at midnight last night. I've been trying to set up a bullet journal. It's like, I did a video on setting up my bullet journal, but I haven't actually done anything with it. I wanted to learn fancy lettering and all that stuff before I did it. And I made one up, which I thought was sort of a little bit fancier writing, but I haven't used it. Just, I don't know. Just haven't used it. You were so tired you accidentally made the calendar 7 by 7 instead of 7 by 5 and started on a Friday instead of a Thursday. Oh boy, that's bad. Katja says I have one of the ebook versions of 3 books I already own. That's a lot of people like to read along while they're listening. I guess it kind of helps. I fall asleep whenever I listen to an ebook, so maybe I wouldn't if I was reading along with it. So you had to glue those pages together and start over on the next page. That's why I like the fact that I'm using the Happy Planner, because I can put those, hi Annuel, I can put those dotted grid pages in and out without doing any damage to the book. I don't have to glue anything together. I just pull out the pages I don't want, that don't work. So that's why I went that route. Was to do that. So you're not that late, and in these kind of things, late doesn't matter. You arrive whenever you want. Katja said, I'm not listening. Ebook. Oh, ebook. I'm sorry. I'm not paying attention. Ebook is the digital version. Of course it is. Duh. Dummy. Audiobook is the one you listen to. Sorry about that. I'm not doing too well in the brains department sometimes. I just wanted the digital copy of 3 books I already have in my house. Well, that's kind of strange, but I mean, 1 copy is enough for me. And lately, I can't even have the actual copies in my house because my kids said they're not going to move any more books, and I'm going to be moving into assisted living and won't have room for them anyhow. So I buy, digital books. So I just have to buy the digital books, and I don't have a need for 2. 1 copy is enough for me. So how did you do with your writing, Annual? I got more done today than I thought I would, because I did have 2 appointments and a trip out to a store that I had to take a medical equipment back to, so I didn't have a lot of time, but I actually think I did pretty good considering how much time I had. Like Katja said, I'd rather pretend I don't have the actual book and just read the digital version than actually just read the physical book. Well, I don't understand that, but everybody has their own way of doing things. So, certainly can't tell you not to do that. I don't understand it, but I'm not going to tell you not to do that. Katja says I own Carrie. Read half of it on my phone. Yeah, I've read and seen the different movies of Carrie many times. Yeah, multiple versions. I've seen multiple versions of Carrie, believe me. Laura says I have multiple versions of movies sometimes, the ones I really love. Yes, I don't save movies. I have nothing to play movies on either. So there's no reason to collect movies anymore. I mean, that was important in my life at one point, that we have a ton of movies. I don't even watch movies rarely anymore. Like, my life is different. Katja says from Overdrive. I liked Overdrive. I thought that was really good. And you have multiple copies of series and movies. Yeah. I don't anymore. I'm not able to do all that. Uh, no room, no time, no desire. You know, my life has become more reading oriented. I mean, writing oriented than reading. And I know I'm losing a lot of experience from, because I used to read thrillers all the time and mystery murders and all that. And, you know, I probably would have an easier time writing this right now if I was really reading them. But, you know, I'm not reading much right now, and I haven't read a book in a long time. I've read bits and pieces of craft books here and there, but haven't really read a story in a book in a while, especially a mystery. And, you know, it probably would help right now. I'm struggling with this one, trying to, because I decided to change something. And you don't realize just how much that is integrated in your story till you start changing it. And it's like, oh, whoa, wait a minute, this isn't going to work now. You just change something up there, and that just, you know, destroys the whole flow of the book. You know how it goes. Katja says, I wanted to sign out a book from Overdrive, looked at the wait time. It was 16 weeks. And then I said, well, I guess I just can't read it. 16 weeks. Holy cow. And the paperback is sitting downstairs. And the paperback is sitting downstairs. So go downstairs and get the paperback. That's kind of a no-brainer. Honestly. Laura says, I love physical books. They smell so nice. You know, at one point I would have said I wouldn't get into the ebook or audiobook or any of that type of book except for a real book. But over time, my ideas on it change, especially when my kids refuse to move my books from place to place. I had the whole Stephen King collection in paper, a hardback, and that was heavy. And they're like, Mom, we are not moving these books every time you move, because I moved a lot. And it's like, you know, I had to get rid of everything. I have a few books, and now I got more books again. They're probably going to have a fit. But I have to get rid of them because I can't take them with me. I'm not going to have a lot of room in assisted living, believe me. So it's like, you don't have a choice. You have to get rid of them. You got to read them if you're going to read them, and then get rid of them because you're not taking them with you. Katja says, I don't really feel like reading the paperback. I don't know what to say about that. Honestly, I don't quite understand the feeling, so I can't really, you know, get behind that one. I don't understand it. Laura says, I read mostly fan fiction on my phone, published fiction in physical books. Fan fiction. Yeah, I don't read fan fiction. Most of the time, I haven't even seen the shows that the fan fiction's written about. Not going to do me a lot of good to read the fan fiction. Katja says, I don't even want to read this book. I feel like I shouldn't read this book. Okay, then don't read the book. What do you want me to tell you? What exactly do you want me to tell you? I don't know what to tell you. You want to want. You want to want. Okay. You want to want. Um, It's been half an hour, so I really think we should do a sprint. I know Pacha doesn't have anything to do, but we have to find something to do because I need to do a sprint. So I'm going to set up a timer with a 25-minute timer. Hopefully, if it works right, something's up with my computer right now. But Laura says sprint sounds good. Okay, great. Pacha says I can shower. Well, there you go. Take a shower, Pacha. It'll make you feel better. And I'm going to set a sprint timer. Hopefully, this computer, I rebooted right before we started, and it's been wacky ever since. All right, let's start it in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay. Hi, and y'all, I was wondering if you're still here. Yeah, I made it. I couldn't believe I made it to your sprint today. Most of it, anyhow. I did get the most of it. The nurses showed up, I think, right at the end there. But I got to most of it, so got a lot done today. I was really surprised. So I will see you guys in 24 minutes. Hello, Greg. You were not disturbing anything. We've got the last 4 minutes of our sprint left. I hope your day has been successful. I can't remember if this is one of the days I've been following you around. I know yesterday I was following you around, looking for sprints besides my own. That doesn't happen often. I sprint so much, I was like, I don't really need to visit other sprints. But I've been visiting other people's sprints, meeting new people. Working on my beta reader critiques and rewriting the story, which I didn't realize how hard that was going to be. You change something at the top and it filters down all the way through the story, and you're like, oh my gosh, I gotta fix this now. And I got a lot of, one of the things my beta said is I repeat myself a lot. I do. I kept finding the same thing, so I have to find ways of changing it up so I'm not saying the same thing all the time. Hi, Emily. Emily Shaw. I'm not sure we've met. We might have, but I don't quite remember if we did. And I apologize if we've met before. But welcome to my stream. We are in the last few minutes of the first sprint. We got a late start. So we're just getting done with the first sprint now. So you can get settled, and if you have a project, you can want to let us know what your project is, what you hope to get done, what you have got done, whatever you want. No pressure here. Share what you want. If you don't have anything to share, you don't have to. I am currently editing videos, which is screwing with my live stream big time. So hopefully this one will be done soon. So we'll see. I figured I better post my first day of Nano and what I'm doing video. So I did a quick shoot it last night, actually at midnight. I started shooting the video pretty much at midnight. I wrote a little bit, and then I shot the video and I did some more writing. So I've got at least 1,000 words on toward my goal so far. I'm working on like 3 different projects. I'm a rebel, so I'm working on book 1, 2, and 3, all at the same time. All I need is 20,000 words for Nano to hit my goal. Plus all the other stuff I have to do will take plenty of time, so I don't have to worry about that. All right, this timer's about to go off, so I got to pay attention. Emily says, I'm working on a fantasy story about mythological dragons and curses. Wow. I'm ready to start camp by jumping into drafting Act 2. So that's fun. Sounds interesting. Let me turn this off. Okay. Sounds interesting. Mythological dragons. Dragons are cool. I guess because they remind me of dinosaurs. I love dinosaurs. I'm not a big fantasy, right? I don't write fantasy. I'm not really a big fantasy reader. But I love dragons. And like I said, maybe because they're like dinosaurs and I love dinosaurs. So, but that sounds like a great project to be working on. Greg says, by the way, I got a reply from the proofreader. So now I know for sure she got my email and she will look at chapter 3 within the next couple of days. Very exciting. That's wonderful news, right? I didn't realize you were still waiting for a reply. I knew you had sent it. I didn't realize you were still waiting for a reply. Yeah, that can be a little rough when you're waiting. But that's good. So you're doing yours in pieces. Some people send the whole file at one time. And you're sending yours chapter by chapter, which just actually gives them a little bit more time maybe to go over it and not feel very rushed. Because I was reading, when I was doing my beta readers, I just sent the whole thing. Granted, mine's not huge and it's now under 50,000 words because I cut a lot of stuff out of it. So it's under 50,000 now. But I sent the whole file, and then I started reading some of these people, and they said, well, they tend to send just a few chapters at a time so they don't overwhelm their beta readers. And I never thought of that. You know, they just sent the whole thing. And maybe I would have gotten more responses if I had sent it in chunks instead of all at one point. Not that 52,000 words is a long read, obviously. 52,000 is not that long read. But I'm glad for you, though. So you'll get that back and you can start working more diligently, let's say, on chapter 4. And so I know you're doing editing programming videos. I remember the word now, like you gave it to me the other night, and I still remember. It's RPG. I may not forget that for a while. Now it's in my head. All those days of that language. So what did everybody else do? Access your chapters are between 8,000 to 11,000 words. I couldn't imagine sending her everything at once. Wouldn't be fair. They are pretty big chapters because I have 52,000 words and 62 or 64 chapters. So obviously my chapters are a lot smaller. But still, that was... Laura's still working. Oh, that's right. I forgot you were at your job, aren't you? Completely forgot you were at your job. You're not free yet. So Greg said I did more recording and editing in that video. Hope to upload it later today. That's good. I'm in the process of... I just did video 2. I did the first one, announcing my nano project, which I would like to get up today since today is the first day. And the other one is just my plan with me, and that goes up for the beginning of the week. But it is done. At least it's editing and exporting at the moment. So I will be back to writing now that I got the videos almost completely done. They still have to go up in YouTube. That takes a little time too. So in between writing and that, I've got plenty to do. But I've been making myself work on the book one because I know, besides having a time limit on when it needs to be to the editor, probably should finish book 1 before I keep going on book 2 and 3. Finish one before starting another. I'm bad sometimes like that. So, you guys ready for another sprint? We got a little behind with all that stuff in the beginning. We'll get video number 2 started. 25 minutes on the clock. Starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. And we're off. Greg says, I don't know what's happening to my channel. I gained about 10 to 15 subscribers during the last 48 hours. It happens sometimes. I think one video in particular is getting a lot of attention. Not sure if someone linked to it or what. I get chunks and then I lose some and then I gain some and gain and lose and gain and lose. The first time I lost the person, I like kind of freaked out. And everybody's like telling me, their experiences, how they felt too, the same thing. And you just can't expect, the numbers to stay. You're going to lose people along the way. And if you got a large channel, you don't notice it. But when you're really small, starting out like we are, I don't know how many you have. I'm still pretty small. I'm under 200. So to me, I notice when people, unsubscribe. And I was like, I was really upset about it. So it was a little crazy. But yeah, it's hard to say what may have caught somebody's attention. And, that's great, though. Okay, good. You got 131. So you're also small like me. So you notice the differences. The bigger channels don't notice when they gain or lose. It's no big deal. But when we're first starting out, it is a big deal to us. So, all right. I'll see you guys in 23 minutes and see where we're at. Okay. Oh, I see we've had a lot of people arrive. I thought I was one. I have one video still exporting before I can upload to YouTube and do my thing. I started on another blog post on my continuing piece that will be book 3, and I wrote the rent check out. Lovely rent. It went up this year, which I knew was going to happen because it's based on percentage of my salary. I don't get a salary. It's income. I get disability, and it's a portion, and then they take certain bits off of it for like medical expenses. Well, since I got state Medicaid, I don't have all the medical expenses, so they didn't take all that off. So of course my rent goes up. So I had to write my first larger, not, I mean, I can't complain considering, but much larger rent check. I just wrote the first one for the year. It's my new rental year. In April 1st, I was in a hospital, so I didn't sign the paperwork yet officially, but I got the notice on what my rent was going to be. So that's due. I wrote the check for that. And I'm trying to decide about where to go with this story, because these I write from prompts and put on my blog. They will eventually be all put together into one piece and become a book. But for now, they're just a story, continuous story in my blog. So I looked at Laura's puppy, and absolutely adorable. The sprint is for 25 minutes, Katja. I've been keeping them at 25 since people seem to prefer 25, so I've left them at 25. Let's see, Chandra. In, out. Hey, just stopping in for a bit. Okay, nice to see you, Chandra. Are we already on the second one? Yes, that was sprint 2. We just finished. Amelia's here. Hey, Amelia, hi. Haven't seen you in a while. Courtney says, hi, everyone. The first day of Nano has been overwhelming. You don't particularly feel overwhelmed yet. Near the end, maybe if I'm not nearing my goal, I might be a little bit more, overwhelmed. But for right now, I'm not really. I got so much to do, and I'm trying to do too much at once. That's my typical method of operation, so it's nothing new. Mia says she's been writing on a prompt story for a contest due tomorrow at midnight. That'll put some pressure on you. Good luck with your story, and your prompt, and your contest. And Chandra says, got 324 in that sprint, which is good. Very good. Greg recorded another bit and exporting part of my video. I'm still working on videos. Oh man, I'll be glad when the videos are done this week. But I don't know. Some of these people do daily videos. I'm like, how in the world can you do a daily video? I can barely stand to do one a week. It's like daily. I can't imagine I'll be doing daily videos. Yeah, some people do, but I don't know. Not my thing. I struggle with videos. So I don't know if anybody else got anything done while we were spending that time. I'm not sure if Emily's still here. Amelia says, I'm such a procrastinator. The prompt has been out for 5 days. I've just been thinking about it. Well, we all know I'm a procrastinator. I've been working on book one forever. Oh my gosh. Funky size. Stuck in the car again. Just wanted to say hello. Well, hello to you. You spend an awful lot of time in that car. Hope it's comfortable. Annual says I got 584 words and I reached my word count for the day. Wonderful news. That's a great job. I think to make my goal, I have to write 667 words a day, something like that. It's pretty close to the 1,667 that you need to make the 50,000, but I'm only doing 20,000. And I'm pretty sure that I needed 667 words a day. So I did a little over 1,000. So right now I'm ahead of the game. I try to keep ahead if I can. But I'm counting other things, not just because they're all part of my books, and I'm a rebel, so I'm counting everything that goes toward my books. Every word I write. So that's what I'm doing. So good job, Annual. Annual says to Funky, hey, what's up? Funky says hi. I think he spends way too much time in that car. Funky says I got some editing done in the car earlier, but my son is getting ready to come out, and I ended the chapter, so I'm done for now. That's the only thing I can't do. I can't work anywhere but at my computer. I can't work in the car. I could do more if I switched to Google Docs, but I really do hate Google Docs. I'm still thinking about it. Conscious says I'm cleaning now. Now it needs to be done. And that's all you got to do. So that seems like you said that's all you got to do. You don't have anything to do. And cleaning it is. I have somebody who cleans for me, because if I had to clean myself, I'd be in trouble. It's not something I can physically do. So one of my advantages of being on state aid is the program I'm in gives me an aid to help do the things I can't do myself. I'm not complaining. I never liked housework anyhow. So everything's blurry. Glasses on. Does help. I just hate wearing glasses. Annual says I have a 40,000 word count. I just calculated all I really need is 1,333.3 words a day. I know there will be days that I can't write, so 2,000 a day is good. Yeah, it's always better to. That was weird. I just heard an alarm going on. I can't figure out what it is. Oh, maybe it's my phone. The other phone that I don't answer. It's always better to write, I think, more for those days when you don't get a chance to write and that you don't really know what's coming. Because sometimes if you know ahead of time, you can write a schedule and figure out, okay, well, I know I don't write on this day, and, figure it out. But a lot of times will come up that you don't, count for. So, yeah. I think that's a good idea, 2,000 a day. That way you're ahead. And it doesn't hurt to finish early. It definitely doesn't hurt to finish early. So good for you. Oh, Funky. The cop is back. I got a ticket for taking too long to get to the point. And another for being a registered nano rebel. Well, I'm a registered nano rebel. I got the badge last night for that, so I clicked on it and said, yep, I'm a nano rebel. I have been for years. Even before it became a thing, I was a nano rebel. I always did what I wanted to do. So, are we ready to sprint again? I know I am. Headphones. I took that piece off. I only took it down. Well, okay, I'm howling my way through a good bit of it. And of course, I ended up making a change to my story, which kind of filters down through the rest of the story. And it also changes some of the stuff up top. And I have to watch out for those changes. And I'll tell you, I'm going crazy looking at it for sure. But I'm making progress. However, I went from 52,000 words. I'm now down to 49,000 plus words because I did cut out a lot of stuff. And they were right that even though I'm an underwriter in most cases, I tend to repeat things a lot. And it was like not really necessary. And, it's like, okay, you got to do it. You got to cut it. And I really hated doing it. And it's like, okay, I'm cutting this down. And I kept, like going back and forth. Should I do this? Should I not? Should I do it? Should I not? So I cut a lot out of the story. And I have a lot of things to watch out for because the change in story messed up a lot of storyline. So I have to fix that. So I still got to go back and read through it to see if there's, because I'm not all the way through the story yet, because I'm editing at the same time. I can't believe how many times I've been through the story and I'm still finding errors from before. Like, how many times did you read this and you missed it? And a lot of tense changes. I'm really bad with tenses. Oh my gosh. Back and forth, back and forth. But yes, I did find that they made some good points. Some I started to kind of like get that feeling of like, I'm not really happy with what they're saying. But then, I had to really stop and think, but are they valid? And that's the whole thing. The points are valid. They weren't just saying things to say things. They were valid points. So yes, I did find that some of it I don't totally agree with, but they did have a lot of good points there. So yes, definitely. Greg says, the whole time I decided it was just going to write my novel without considering nano. So I guess I'm a rebel too. Nothing wrong with being a rebel, Greg. I'll tell you. I find it a lot easier than being, strictly by the book kind of a thing. It makes writing a little bit more enjoyable. You might as well enjoy the month, since it's such a big thing. And I don't see anything wrong with being a rebel. I mean, if you want to work on 2 projects instead of 1, or in my case, I'm working on 3, 3 projects instead of 1. But as long as you get it, set a word count. I hit my word count goal. I don't feel it matters which project those words went into. So I'm happy with my decision anyhow to be a rebel. Funky says, okay, they made some good points. Annual says, I am going to take a break, so I'm saying good night and happy writing, and I hope you all reach your goals today. Thanks so much, Annual, and I had a good time earlier today for as long as I was able to stay at least. I got a lot written during that time, so thank you. Funky says, well, don't feel too bad. I got 25K for my first draft and added an entirely new 25K back to the draft. Yeah. I didn't cut 25K, but I added a good bit back in, different, because I had to change the story somewhat. So yeah, there was a lot of give and take with the words, but I only changed from 52 plus to 49 plus. So what? I lost like about 3,000 words so far. Whether I'll gain them back later, I don't know, but that's where I'm at the point. I'm below 50,000 now, which I didn't want to go below 50,000. I wanted to at least hit the 50,000 mark. Good night to Annual. Versus what points were the beta readers making? Had it to do with plot holes, character development, pacing, not understanding certain sections. Let's see. I wouldn't say they didn't say much about characters. One of my biggest things was description. And the one person said, I'm not going to beat you up about this because I'm sure you know, but your description is lacking in lots of places. But I know you can do it because I read XXX section and it was beautifully written. So you need to do that throughout the book. Things like that. Things like cops wouldn't act that way. I don't know how cops act. I've not really interacted much with cops in my lifetime, so I don't know exactly what cops how they would react, and what I shouldn't say around a cop and stuff like that. There weren't major things. Nothing was super, super major, and it came more to doing is a lot of repeat stuff, using the same word too often. Like, one of the characters that kept calling her crazy. Everybody was like, it wasn't just like one person said, oh, well, she's crazy. It's like all of them were calling her crazy, and this shit, she's like, too many people are calling her the same thing. You got to come up with some different ways of saying it. I don't know how many different ways you can say the person's crazy, but different things like that. Nothing super major. At least I didn't consider any of them super major. There's a lot of course, mistakes, proofreading type mistakes, tense mistakes that they, brought up. As beta readers, you never know what they're going to say. I gave them a list of questions, like kind of what, as a guideline to what I was looking for, but some of them just totally ignored them and did their own thing. So my biggest thing is descriptions, which I already know are a problem, which is why I'm liking this emotion thesaurus, because it's helping me fill out some of those descriptive areas with things that, instead of just saying some word all the time, you know, different ways that you can show, like to help you show rather than tell, you know, so you can show the person, you know, different feelings that they have. I like that book, and I think that's been a big help, really been a big help. So that should have read added new 25K back to second draft. I'm not sure what you wrote the first. Oh, and added 25. Oh, okay. That was funky. Daniel says, I'm so happy to hear that, and thank you for stopping by. Well, if you're still here, you're welcome. Funky said it's hard to type and the no, wait a minute. It are too hard to type it out in the car. Oh my gosh. It's hard to read. You're in the car writing. It took me a while to write that one down. Punky said, I catch myself using the same words all the time, especially since it's scary a lot in my book. Well, in my case, the biggest complaint was the fact that I kept calling this girl crazy. Everybody was calling her crazy. And it's like, you need to find another word besides crazy. Why is everybody calling her crazy all the time? You know, why doesn't she wasn't a point of view character, so she really didn't have, you know, a lot to say per se, because she wasn't a point of view character. And I don't know, but you know, things that she did were crazy. I mean, she was crazy. But they said, yeah, I used it entirely too many times. Greg says if you say they are crazy, then that's telling, not showing. What about describing things they do or say, which makes the point? Well, in a lot of cases, there is things in there where I show things that are definitely crazy. But it seemed like it was a running theme throughout the thing. And it was like, you know, the main character says, oh, she's crazy. She's, you know, every time I talk to her, I don't know what she's going to do because she's crazy. And, you know, and then this person says, well, you know, she's really crazy. You know, and it's like, I really did get carried away with it. So I'm trying to work through that one because she's still part of the story. So I need to work on that point. So yeah, you're right. I'm telling more than showing in that section. Like I said, people, you know, are pointing out things that aren't. It's not that they're pointing things out that aren't really right. It's just a little hard sometimes. Funky said, saw a funny quote the other day. It's annoying how many words it takes to write a book. Funny. Gotcha. That's funny. Yeah. So beta readers, it's a toss up. I mean, some days, like sometimes you get beta readers, and they all agree that one section's really, really bad. So you're like, oh wow, well this section's really, really bad. Obviously, everybody's saying the section's really, really bad. But in my case, they all picked different parts of my story. Yeah, we're going to do one in a minute. Give me a second here. They all did different parts of my story. So it wasn't like I could use what they said as an overwhelming, okay, I need to fix this. It became more of, okay, let me think about that. Do I want to change it or not? Because they all had different ideas on what needed fixing, which kind of spread it out among my book a little bit more. But yeah. Okay. So you want to do another sprint? No problem. Set the timer. 25 minutes starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Your card typing is really funky. Funky. Pun intended. Hi, Megan. How are you tonight? We're just starting another sprint now. All right, Funky. Nice having you here. See you later. Bye. All right. Back to my writing. And see you guys in 24 minutes. All right, we're down to a minute on the timer. I've got a lot of comments here. Megan says, I still don't have an idea for Nano. I'm getting kind of desperate. Oh, wow. I can understand that feeling a little bit. I mean, I've had my ideas planned out for a while, so I'm not desperate. But I know the feeling of not being able to think of something. I know how hard, because I have the same problem with ideas. I am not an idea person. So I can understand that part. Like I said, I have had plans for quite a while now, so I'm not desperate in that way. I still don't have any ideas on how to help you any better, unfortunately. Turn the timer off. Okay. So Amelia says you could work on a collection of small stories from prompts. Maybe one will grab your attention and take over the project. Megan. Again, I agree with the prompts, and I have found them to be, for me, great inspiration. I mean, that's where my first story came from, and 2 and 3 are based on prompts. 4 was a prompt. 5 is not, and 5 is I'm struggling. I have an idea. I just don't know where to go with that. So 5 doesn't really have a plan. I can't remember what I have. 6, 7, and 8 were possibilities of other ones that I've written from prompts that I've, fleshed out a little bit, but don't know if they're enough to write a book with. So it really, thankfully, I'm not that far along. I don't need to worry about those yet. Megan says to Amelia, I really struggle to get inspired by prompts. I considered the idea, though. I'm also considering just writing my memoir if I can think of something. If I can't think of something, I found, because I did part of my memoir. I've done several parts of my memoir. One part is the only one I'm really happy with. My childhood, I don't remember a lot of, so can't do much about my childhood. The other one is the second half of my marriage, and even that's kind of iffy. But the years I spent as a military wife were really quite clear, and I think they came out as a pretty decent piece, which I did post on my blog. Having Melanie do edits on it to make sure it's correct, but because I did it myself. But memoirs can be fascinating depending on, your life and how much you can remember. And that's where I struggle, is memories. My childhood was so chaotic and unnerving and horrible. And, it's like, do I really want to remember it? No, not really. So I kind of wrote something. Will it ever see the light of day? Maybe not. Because some of the things in there, nah, don't really want people knowing, especially my family. So I wrote the one piece. I was very happy with it. It's, humorous, light reading. Things weren't bad. It was kind of great. So it was a good part of my life. One of the few good parts of my life. There aren't too many good parts of my life. So, yeah. Writing memoir isn't a bad thing. Megan says, I have an idea that would be great, but it needs a lot of research, and I don't have time for that. Megan says, I can understand that. Some prompts are definitely better than others. Maybe ones that are less rigid could help. Something like write a story of flowers or write about a prisoner's case. That's kind of like why I like the website I go to that gives me 3 words every day. 3 completely different words, not necessarily related, but can be if you work at it right. Makes my mind work. I keep my brain active. And it's amazing what you can come out with from 3 completely different words. And then on Friday, she takes the 21 words from the week and puts them together and creates another one with the 21 words. So then you have 21 words to write a story with. You don't have to use every single word, but you know, it can take you places. And I find for me, it does take me places. Thankfully, gives me ideas. And there's no, it doesn't, it's even less rigid than what she's talking about. I mean, you're not even talking about a specific thing. You got words that could go lots of different ways. Look how many words have so many different meanings that if you give the same word to 5 different people, you could get from 5 completely different stories depending on the word itself. And plus everybody's different anyhow. So I like the word ones. I like photo prompts, taking the picture and just trying to, what does that picture make me think of? Some don't make me think of anything. Some of them I'm like, are you kidding me? And others, something will come right to mind and, story comes. But everybody's different. And Maya said, ideas can be the hardest at times. Hope it comes to you. And what kind of research? Yeah, what kind of research? Megan says, the story idea is what would happen if women started to age at a significantly slower rate than men. After research how that would affect intergender relationships and such. That's rough because most women are more mature than men to begin with. If they start slowing down, because I prefer men that are older than me, like 10 years older than me. Because then I feel they're somewhat in my age group then. Maybe. Amelia says, that sounds like a cool idea. Not sure how much I could help with that, but I have a relative idea about what might ensue. If you're passionate enough about it, I say go for it. Maggie says, I think it's an idea I want to savor. Not a great idea for Nano, so I'm looking for another idea. It might be harder for Nano because of the time crunch. That one might take time because you need to, think and, like you said, maybe do some research. So it's not really a good idea probably for Nano, like you said. Amelia says you would want to look into a lot of different stuff, though, like development points where people should be when they hit different ages, so you can spread it out for women. Sounds a little complicated for right now. Amelia said, yeah, it's probably a good plan. Really, I wish I could help you come up with an idea. Maggie says, that's on my list of things I need to consider. Also, how trans bodies would be affected. I was pointed in some interesting research directions on that last point. Wow, a lot to think about. Yeah, so that's a great point. Sounds like a nice idea. Probably better to savor. I still think that the right kind of prompts might be able to help you. Plus, if you do a collection of short stories, there would be less you would need from each prompt. Megan says, true. Maya, have you found something? Hey, Charlie. How are you? Lurk mode disengaged. Lurking. Nice to see you. Amelia says, hi. Katja finished cleaning, putting stuff in the basement. Greg did more editing. I still have, did more editing. Still have loads of work making various graphics. I just made graphics for my 2 videos that I have to put out. And so I was on Canva making videos and writing part of my story. Not graphics, I was doing thumbnails. I don't know why I said graphics. Charlie says, I'm halfway through chapter 6 on this outline, 0 draft. Hope to finish it before I call it for the day. Cool. Moving right along. I'm trying to get to a point in my prompt story that's on my blog where I can actually end it. Right now it's kind of hanging. I can't leave the people hanging. So I have to continue on to some kind of ending anyhow before, stopping it and starting something fresh. It's getting a little bit violent, a little bit dark. And I don't want to leave it that way. So I have to figure out how to end this situation and end it in a way that people aren't going to be like really upset. So I'm trying to end it on may not be happily ever after, but at least not on a bad note, not on what it could be a bad note. Super thirsty. I went to Burger King for dinner, and I don't know what they did, but it was awful. And I got a double cheeseburger, and instead of cheese slices, you could tell there were no cheese slices on there. It was just gloppy cheese, which is more like Cheese Whiz or something like that. I don't like that kind of cheese, and it tasted awful. And they used to have such good burgers. And then I got a milkshake, and it had a funny taste to it. So I have a funky taste in my mouth right now, trying to get rid of that. Not really happy. But that just ruined Burger King for me. I don't know if I'll go back there again. So, my sugars have been a little better the last few days at least. And Megan says, ew. It was ew. They really ruined. They had the best burgers, I thought, of all the fast food around here. But they really, that Cheese Whizzy cheese, oh God. No. And it was just dripping out of the sandwich all over the place. I'm like, God, this is awful. So they ruined it for me. If I go back there, it may be for some chicken, and then they may have changed their chicken for all I know. That'd be the most I'd go back there for. I wouldn't get another burger there after that. They really ruined it. Okay. So, are we ready for another sprint? I'm trying to get better with these comments. Sometimes they get a little long. So let's try to do another sprint. I want to finish these videos and get them up, especially the first one for the first day of NaNoWRIMO, since it's almost over. I needed to get that one posted for sure. And so I'm going to start a sprint. Another timer for 25 minutes, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right, lasting 2 minutes left on the timer. And I see HK is here. Hi, HK. Just dropping in for a short writing season while I wind down for bed. I guess that's session. Nice to see you. Lizzie's here. Hi, Lizzie. Nice to see you. Our timer's winding down. We're in the last little over a minute. I finished my 2 videos. They're now done and on YouTube. So I can mark that off for the day. No more videos today. Lizzie says I'm about to take a shower, but I have 4,644 words for the day so far. My goal is 6,000. Great job, Lizzie. That's wonderful. HK says, yeah, brain is not working. Have a lot of those brain issues myself. I certainly understand. We all do it, and it's like we wonder how in the world do we write books when we can't even type a message in the thing. We all do it, so. Like Greg says, I got lots done. Loads more to do to be able to upload that video today. Wow, that must be some video you're doing. Mine aren't quite that complicated. I wrote some more of my story. I'm trying to look through my new emotion thesaurus. I got the new and expanded version now. Oops. I got the new expanded version now, so I'm wondering what new emotions I have in here that I could possibly use for my story. Lizzie says, I'm in love with this book. I will be able to finish it by the end of the month, hopefully. That's great news. Albert, hi. Nice to see you. He says, that's awesome to Lizzie, and exactly, Tessa. Yeah. If we're talking about everybody's crazy typing, wonder how we put together books so we can't even type a message. Gibberish is here. I love my glasses. I had to put them on. I was like, everything's blurry. I hate glasses. Since I was having a hard time seeing, I figured I better put them on. Greg says, it's not that the video is that complicated. I have to make loads of graphics to have something interesting to show on the screen while I'm talking. Otherwise, viewers will tune out. Yeah, I guess you're probably right about that one. It's not the most interesting topic in the world, so unless they're super dedicated, it would be a little bit difficult. Megan says, the boyfriend arrived home. We're having burgers for dinner, but my thinking was interrupted. Burgers. Oh, I don't even think about burgers. I told you about my burgers. Yuck. Thinking was interrupted. Oh, boy. Yeah, I wish I could think of some more, things to help, but I just don't know what else to suggest. I mean, they tell you to make up titles for videos to go through magazines and news stories and stuff like that. I mean, I have gotten a couple stories out of the newspaper where, one of the, like sometimes they'll post a funny little story that happened to somebody and you think, wow, that could make a good story. Those kind of things. And people like Laura are overabounding. What's the word I want? They have an overabundance of ideas. She can come up with tons of stuff without even thinking about it. Definitely not me. I struggle for every one I come up with. Usually I end up, abandoning my nano projects. And now it's like, wow, I didn't abandon this one. And this is the third nano I've worked on it, though. But now I can go back, and some of those that I abandoned before, I can try to convert into a suitable story for what I'm writing now. So they're not hopefully going to be total, things that you just pack away and never look at again. I have to go find them because I'm not sure where I saved them. That is one problem. I definitely have 4. 5 is iffy. 6, 7, and 8, don't know for sure. They're just ones that I started writing, but I'm not sure I can really get enough out of them to make a book. None of them are going to be long. They're all going to be fairly short. Definitely don't have an overabundance of words. Not that I don't make long run-on sentences, mind you. That was another thing I think Greg was asking me about. Yeah, I do a lot of run-on sentences and just keep on going forever. Now I have to learn to break them down into smaller bits. Also, because I use Grammarly, it'll say, you just wrote 3 sentences almost exactly the same. Please try to vary your sentences. I'm like, oh. I look at them, I'm like, well, yeah, they got a point. They are pretty much the same. I just got to figure out how to fix it. Should I combine some together? Should I add more words? How do I fix so they're not 3 exact sentences all alike or whatever amount they happen to be? Alrighty then. I think it's time to start another sprint. So how about we set the timer 25 minutes, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Sprint, everyone. Go forth and prosper. And all that jazz. Funky's back. He's got time for maybe 2 more sprints. So we just started 1. Albert says, good luck, everyone. Good luck to you, Albert. Back to only get my blog caught up again, and then I can work on my book again. I was caught up, and then I kind of got just says, go forth and do stuff. Yeah, go forth and do stuff. And prosper while you're doing it. All right, I'll be back in 24 minutes, guys. See you then. Okay, I'm really getting deep into this story. It's got to conclude soon, though, so I'm not sure how much longer. Um, got something to eat. The sugar's a little high right now. Of course, I had to take insulin with my meals, so hopefully it'll be coming back down. Excuse me. So, what did you guys get done? That did go fast, didn't it, Funky? I was surprised how fast that went. Sometimes they seem to fly by, and other times, and it'll startle me because I'm not on the same screen with the timer, so I can't see it, and I'm busy working, and all of a sudden this thing goes off in my ears, and I'm really not prepared for it. And I'm deep inside my story, and I'm like, oh, it yanks me out of where I was. I hate that, like I'm writing. Don't bother me. Don't interrupt me. Looks like I think I just have to finish this one blog post, and then I can get back to my work on my book one. Use that next time. That's tomorrow. Yeah. Right now hi Courtney. Nice to see you back. Yeah. Soon I'll be able to get on working on my book again. Funky said I didn't have to do much editing that time, so I was almost able to just read the story. That's always nice. Greg's still soldiering on with the editing. Courtney's back. Clutches says, hola. Hola. Funky says, welcome back to Courtney. Courtney says she's feeling pretty inspired tonight, so I might be able to hang out for a few sprints. That's cool. We just finished up one. Well, we've had several already, but we just finished one. So I was wondering where you guys are. Oh, Claudia. Crying. Well, if that's what makes you feel better, go cry. Cry it out. He says, Tess is funny, but come on. Crying? Chirper says, what's wrong, Claudia? Claudia has anything to something on Spotify. I'm not going to Spotify again. Spotify is now messing with my computer. After listening or whatever it was I was doing to something you put on Spotify, I now have Spotify being a pain in the butt on my computer. And I don't have a Spotify account, so I don't know why it won't leave me alone. Katja says, it reminds me of summer of 2020, and it's killed me all over again. Oh, boy. Just listening to songs like this. I tell you not to listen to songs like this, but it's not going to probably help the situation any. It's easy for me to say not to listen to songs like that. I don't remember what what it's like to be young a whole lot. I'm way past that stage. I know 17 is a terrible time in a teen's life. And you just happen to be part of something unusual. Yeah, Funky's right. Summer of 2020 is best forgotten. Maybe I just need to cry over fake relationships again. Just, unless you mean 1920, that was roaring. Funky says it's nothing to do with the year. Just happened to be in 2020. And they could be happy tears. I really don't know what to tell you. We all have to go through our own things. And what we go through will eventually make us who we are. Yep. As Funky says, oh well, it happens to all of us. And fake relationships don't just happen to teenagers either. I've had my share of them, and I was a lot older than that. Even after my divorce, I was in my 40s, and I had to deal with fake relationships. And I had to break them off. And it's like, the whole thing's bad enough, and then I have to be the one that breaks it up. But if not, it's just going to keep on going on, and I wasn't about to live my life that way. I pretty much had it with people like that. So it's part of life, part of growing up. And you're young, and you're going to keep having a lot of these kind of situations. Unfortunately. Oh, good. I got a piece of popcorn caught in my throat. And it's annoying as heck. Claudia says, no, I mean ones in movies. Relationships that are only real in fiction. Oh. Oh, no, we don't need to talk about it. It's a movie. It's not a big thing. Yeah, I eat popcorn too, and then it's stuck in my throat. Trevor says I don't even have that many relationships. I'm an introvert. Yeah, me too. I'm an introvert. Funky says it. He says it clearly. Okay, so I'm confused, Claudia. Are you crying, happy, or sad? And is it real or from a movie? Because you got us all confused now. I cried for an entire week over the movie that song is from. I don't know what to say about that. I have tears sometimes from movies. They usually don't last longer than a few minutes after the movie's over with. It's over, it's done. I don't think about it. I usually don't go back over it again and again and again. And I don't, well, it's one of the reasons, I guess, why I don't like to watch movies over again. And I don't know. I just don't understand. And we're talking about a movie. We're not even talking about your real life. And you're getting so sad over whether they're happy or sad, whatever, over a movie. I didn't cry during the movie. I started crying the day after I watched it, and then it didn't stop for 5 more days. We're getting into topics that I don't know how to help with, and I really don't understand. You watched the movie twice after the first time in that week. Why? If it's making you cry, why? Why keep bringing it up? Let it go. Just let it go. I mean, it's not even real, and you're putting your whole self into it. I mean, Tasha says I'm explaining because everyone has questions. I don't need help. It's one emotional movie because I needed to. I needed to watch it over and over again. I couldn't get over it. Okay. Have you tried writing what you're feeling? I mean, I don't know what your feelings are about journaling, but maybe writing about it could help you deal with your feelings. I'll let myself read the book now. Not for some time. I'll need a solid few years. No, I don't write my feelings. Funky, you're right. Yeah, I wouldn't revisit that one if I were you. Claudia says I hate journaling. I understand. I hate journaling too. But sometimes, just sometimes, writing about it will be an outlet, a way to get it out. I mean, if you have to go sit in the corner and cry for a week and get it out of your system, then I guess that's what you got to do. But you got Devin, and now do you want your time with Devin ruined because you're crying over a movie? Funky says, okay, now I have to know. You know what? What is the title of the movie that you're freaking out over? Call Me by Your Name. I don't even know that movie. I won't cry for long now. Okay, well, I don't know the movie, so I can't even begin to see what is upsetting you, good or bad, whether it's happy or sad. Funky seems to understand, so that's good. Yeah, I don't. Courtney says she's heard that it's an emotional movie. I think I'll stay away from it, thank you. I've got enough problems without adding movie emotional movies to my problem. Now, I have not seen it. I can't begin to know what you're talking about or what you feel. Courtney says it's emotional. She's heard. Funky seems to understand somewhat. I hate movies that make me cry. If I know a movie's going to make me cry, I most likely will not watch it. If I have any inkling that it's going to make me cry, I won't watch it. I don't like to cry. Doesn't mean I've never seen movies that made me cry. And, you know, I would sit there and my dad and I'd be watching something and I'd be sitting there crying. And he's like looking at me and I can see the look in his face like, what in the world are you doing? You know, it's a movie. Like, get over it. And like, he never understood. Oh, Dead Poets Society was sad. Yeah, yeah, that one was sad. I did see that one, but I don't like watching, and if, I won't watch it again. If I know that it's going to make me cry, I won't watch it again. I have enough things that make me cry without adding sad movies to the list. Sad books, sad movies. Spunky says he's watched it, and it's a great movie. Okay, interesting. However, I'm not going to watch it if it's going to make me cry because I just avoid as much as possible things that ever make me cry. I don't like crying. I cry enough about other things without adding, like I said, movies. The movie hits real close to home because I'm 17. And one of the main characters, the character we see the movie through, is 17. Okay, so I can understand why you feel invested in the movie. And I mean, I don't know the story, so, and I don't need to know the story, so please don't tell me the story. The last thing you need is a sobbing live stream host. So please don't. um, are we ready to move on to another sprint? Funky says unrelated, but it was an independent film. Funky Katja says, and Funky says unrelated, but I'm dying to see Timothy Chalamet from that movie as my Moab in the upcoming Dune. Made for $3,500,000, super small budget. I'm a bit puzzled by what you guys are saying. In my experience, feeling sad crying for a movie is not the same experience as feeling sad over a real issue. Katja said it was nominated for the Best Picture Oscar. No, I don't think it. You're probably right, Greg. It was nominated for the Best Picture Oscar. Katja says to Greg it was for me. Funky says yes, I have one more sprint in me. Katja, only 2 movies that made me cry. Let's roll. All right. I'm sorry, Katja, but we got to move on. I'm sorry you're upset or happy or sad or whatever, but we got to move on. So I'm setting another timer. 25 minutes starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. I'm sure it's not the only movie culture that's become a big thing afterward that they didn't expect. I know there's been other movies they expected to be bombs and they turned into total box office hits. So I it doesn't surprise me. Greg is asking, what do you mean it was for me? Was it like a movie that made you aware of an issue in real life? Became an international success. It was a relationship, and I cried over it for a week. Sprint. Yes, Funky, we're sprinting. They never expected it to bomb. They didn't plan for it to become popular. Who knows what, nobody knows what the public wants. I mean, they put something out and they hope it goes over. Sometimes it does and sometimes it doesn't. So that's it's time to sprint. I'm muting myself now. You guys can discuss it or write or whatever you're going to do. I'll be back in 23 minutes. Alrighty. Good night, HK. Thank you for stopping by. Let me see. Now, I finished my blog post, so I'm caught up on that. So next sprint, I'm ready to open up my book and start working on the beta reader things. All right. We talked about the movie. We talked about the movie. Talked about the movie. Oscar one came out in 2007. The movie came out 10 years later. As I mentioned, I do in fact own the book. Well, I'll not let myself read it. I don't know if somebody just knocked at my door or not. Hold on a second. I'll be right back. Sorry, guys. I forgot I muted myself. I had a package. This was somebody's at my door. Hi, Meadow. Nice to see you again. Hope you're doing well. Bit more progress then. Again, I'm glad to hear you're getting a little progress. Which is just crawling in my skin. I don't listen to that kind of music. And then they can't hear me. Are we supposed to? Yeah, you were supposed to. I forgot. I muted it myself because I wasn't sure if it was my neighbor who's next door who sometimes has some really wild things I didn't really want to subject everybody to. So I muted it and then forgot I did it. So no, that wasn't supposed to be. And Megan's, like I said, is Charlie's was always 5 Eastern time, so hers will be 6 Eastern time if she's an hour later than hers, do that all the time, than hers. And Now Megan says she can't hear me. Now I'm not muted anymore. Is it just Megan or is everybody? Can anybody hear me? Of course, you probably can't hear me say, can anybody hear me? Oh, now you can hear me. I was behind. Okay, gotcha. So I was just saying that if Charlie started at 5 Eastern, then yours would be 6 Eastern if you're starting an hour behind. Mine is at 7 Eastern. So anybody looking for something before me, Megan is doing one at, if I got that right, 6 Eastern time. Funky has to go. Thanks for the stream. Oh, gosh. Okay, thanks for the stream. I'm going to go cry myself to sleep. Just kidding. Love you, Klacha. Good night, all. Okay. So, all right. So Greg can hear me. Good. And Megan got everything. So I got the right time. Okay, we got the timing right. Klacha says good night to Funky. Klacha says, I haven't cried yet. Haven't listened to the music I thought I would. No memories yet. Well, I don't know if that's good or bad. I mean, do you want the memories? Do you want to cry? Sometimes crying does help. I mean, sometimes I'll sit there and cry for absolutely no reason. Well, there's a reason, but, you know, I'll have a memory about my mother. You know, she passed away 8 years ago, and some strange thing will happen. It reminds me of my mom, and I'll start crying. And usually that ends up being a cleansing cry. You know, there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with crying. So it can be a very effective way of dealing with things. Definitely not a wrong or a right to it, except that other people may get angry at you. I know my father used to get so mad every time I cry about something. And my ex-husband, we don't even want to get into stuff with him. Heaven forbid I cried. He'd leave the house, making the whole situation worse. So, yeah. All right. So, where are we at? Anyone else got anything that they managed to do? No one's mad at you, Klacha. Don't worry about that. They all have things. Klacha says, I'm still working, but not really working. Did I see you see? I don't know. It's jumped past. We were talking about something else. Can't start. So you came up with another. I guess you came up with another book. Came up with a name for your first chapter of your sequel, but you can't start it until you get feedback for book 1. So I don't want to move on to the next book until I actually finish the first. That's not what I'm doing, but yeah, that's a lot of people say that's the best way to do it. I'm working on 3, at least 3 at the same time. So, okay, so I think I caught all those up. Now let's get back here. My dad wouldn't be mad if I cried. Oh, wait a minute, not really working. I just said to Tessa, I met my parents. No one gets mad at me. I met my parents. Okay. Well, my mom didn't, but my dad didn't like tears. Like, he didn't know how to deal with this, so he didn't want, especially if my mom wasn't around, because my mom was the one who handled my tears. And, you know, she understood what I was going through. She, you know, he didn't, and he didn't really want to be in that position. And after she passed, he kind of got put in that position. He didn't like it when that happened because he didn't know what to do about it. So your dad wouldn't be mad if you cried. I told him about previous boy troubles, and he said that sucked. So that was it. Well, it's better than I got. I know what the next chapter will be called for the sequel to this duology. I also cried over that boy. There's been a lot of boys in my life I've cried over. And yeah, sometimes there wasn't even a real relationship to cry over. I've done a lot of them too. Literally no relationship had even existed with him. Hey, I get you there. I have a really bad habit of doing that, meeting somebody and like having this thing where I fall in love and I imagine all this wonderful life. And I don't know why that happens, but it does. And so I can understand that. I can certainly understand that. No, there was no relationship, but in my mind there was. And yet the crying occurred for 3 days. I relate to call me by your name too much. It's terrifying. I hate how much the movie holds over me. That would be terrifying to have a movie have that much hold on you. Anything. Not even real life. It's just a made up thing. And yeah, it's kind of scary that it holds so much over you. So I can understand that part. So Megan, did you schedule that yet? I don't know if you have a wrench or not, but I know you're hard to find. If you don't have a wrench, I can give you one. You can post the link if you scheduled it already, or at least to your channel so they can go look for it. Let me find the thing. I don't think you have a wrench. Let's see if I can find you. All right, come here. Where is Megan? Megan. It's taking so long for this thing. I'm trying to find Megan on here. It just keeps going and going and going. I'm trying, Megan. I'm trying to find you. Megan. There it is, Megan. Oh, stop. Hopefully I hit the right person because it was bouncing right past me. All right, Megan McCarthy is now a moderator. All right, Megan. If you have the link, you can post it directly. It should give you momentarily here. The rent should be coming. It's jumping all over the place. I don't know why it's not caught. I should be caught up. I don't know why. Okay. There you go. There's the wrench. Okay. There we go. So I know you're hard to find. Megan McCarthy, there are a lot of them. So there we go. All right. So you got your wrench. Yeah, Klacha, I just gave somebody else a wrench. Somebody, I think it was Funky, came in and says, what is this? Everybody in here has wrenches. It was just easier to give people wrenches than trying to remember how to post all these links and everything. Just give everybody a wrench. Now I don't know how to do. Now I know how to do wrenches. Okay, so you're set. You're on there. And Devin, I'm sure, will catch it because he catches all of them. So you'll most likely be caught up on his list pretty fast. He's pretty good at that. Okay. Uh-oh, now I'm crying because I listened to the music. Picturing Timothy Chalamet crying again at the end of the movie while the song plays. We fixed Megan's wrench issue. She has one now. Yeah, woo. Okay, so you have a wrench. And your stream is there now. Anyone that wants to listen to the music, like I said, last time I tried listening to something on Spotify, thing took over my machine. I really don't want Spotify doing that again. Just said that's my song recommendation for Megan. So you can hear what made me cry, but only the memories attached to the song. Chalamet. Chalamet is how you say, oh, sorry. What did I say? Chalamet? Yeah, probably. Chalamet. Okay, Chalamet. It's French. Gotcha. Both Timothy and Chalamet. Yeah, I've never seen Timothy spelled that way, so that makes sense too. Katja says, but I speak French. Well, that doesn't surprise me. You live in Canada. I know a lot of Canadians speak French, so that's definitely not surprising. Okay, taking care of business. um, so I'm finally able to start on my story again in my book because I finished up all the blog posts, caught up. I did all the videos, 2 of them edited and on my blog, 1 for now and 1 for scheduled for later. And now I can work on my story. Alrighty. I don't know if we lost a few people or not. Sometimes I lose track and I'm not sure who's still here. Okay, so are we ready for another sprint? Okay, Katja says we should sprint. Okay, good. Sounds good to me. So we're resetting to 25 minutes. Oh, I just hit start. I forgot to count it down. Well, start. My brain's not working too well, all right? Say one thing and do another. Oh, Greg's still here. Okay, great. And I'm glad you're okay with the sprint. I know you probably still got some work to do for your video. So I already started. I don't know why I did that. I meant to count it down and I hit start. Not so brainy sometimes. Okay, so I will be back in 24 minutes. I'm going to work on my story. Yay. After I open all the documents, of course. Who knows how long that'll take, right? Well, Lizzie, if you're still here, good night. Sounds like a very interesting challenge for you. And I wish you a lot of luck. I forgot. I don't have the headphones on. You just barely hear it. But since I'm working in Word right now, I can have it open so I can see the timer. So Lizzie is starting a new project with the male point of view. Interesting. As we can see, Lizzie did quite a bit of writing today. Busy little girl. How'd everybody else do? It took me a while to find myself in the where I was from earlier, and I just reread it and I thought, wait a minute, some of this is backwards. I got to go back and fix it. I definitely need the 29 more days that are left and get all this straightened out. So, let's see. Greg says, I don't think I will be able to upload this video today. Still so much work. Alberith said, only 86 words, but I got a lot of research done. Research is important. Definitely important. So it's still progress. Don't worry about the fact you only got 86 words. It'll come. Claudia says to Greg, were you born in France? Chipper says, I got up to 162 in my book. I forgot where I started. I'm reading behind her eyes. Interesting. Very interesting. Claudia said, ever lived there? Ever lived in Belgium? I gather she's still asking Greg, because I know I haven't lived anywhere but in the East Coast of the United States. And most of it's been in New Jersey, except for 4 years in North Carolina when I was first married. So, you know, we're not talking about me. Rex says, I was born in Flanders. I've heard of that, but I'm not sure where it's located. I had to chew some gum to get the taste out of my mouth. Greg says, I've been in France, England, the Netherlands, and Belgium. So you have been in Belgium. Pacha says, I see. I'm quite a detective. Yeah, Pacha, you're quite a detective. I'll just ignore the little typo. I'm so used to typos now. Unless I really, really can't figure it out, it's not a big issue. I just, work my way through it. There are a few times when I'm not able to understand something, but most of the time I do. Oh yeah, and I opened the package I received, and it's a replacement for the continuous glucose monitor that I was trying to put on the other night, and I couldn't get on. And the first guy I got on the phone was an idiot. And so he says, well, I'll send you a new one, and you'll have to send that one back so we can see what's wrong with it. Well, when I got disconnected, of course, I got a different person, and that person was able to help me get the sensor on. So I called them back and said, can you cancel that? And they said, well, no, once it's, sent, it's sent. I said, well, I'm not sending you back a replacement. I mean, sending you back the piece because the second person was able to help me get it on. There is nothing to send back. So I got an extra sensor out of the deal. That's what I forgot that was coming. That's one of my zombies putting something in my door so late at night. If it had been earlier, they would have knocked. But of course, at this time of night, they don't knock on my door. They just put it outside the door. So it wasn't left down, because it was left downstairs, obviously. So I already let them know I won't be sending it back. And they said they would just put it in my notes that the item, I was able to finally get it on, so I didn't need to send it back. Man. So, well, officially here, April 2nd is now here. April 1st is over. The first day of Nano has ended. Conscious says, I hate not being able to write anything. It's terrible. I would think it would be. That's why I don't have a problem writing more than one thing at a time. And since I'm used to writing constant blog posts, I'm always writing things. So, for me, it's not that I, have to just write one project at a time. I'm always working on something. And, 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 somethings at one time. I mean, I'm used to that. So, I mean, it's all, I guess, in the matter on how you prefer to write, whether or not you do one and finish it or have several going at one time. Everybody's different. I have popcorn all over the floor because I can't eat without making a mess. My aide's going to come over tomorrow and say, oh, I see you had popcorn again because it's all over the floor. Like, yep. About 13 to 14 hours until you can see him. Getting closer. Hodges says I only write one. Cannot write multiple. Will not let myself start a project if I know I can't finish it. I intend to finish them. Just maybe not in the recommended order. Like if I have something big coming up and I can't write then, I'll postpone the project. Well, it's like I said, everybody's got their own way of doing things. You don't like to stop writing. I'm used to stopping and starting. Between my bipolar disorder and other things, I'm forever stopping and starting. So I write when the feeling strikes, and if it doesn't strike, then I don't write. And if I don't like the project I'm working on, I do another one, whether I start it or finish one I've started already or whatever. I mean, we're all different, so if I know there's something going on for a month, I'll wait instead of breaking for the month. I wrote this draft from December to the end of March. No breaks whatsoever. Yeah, I'm used to having multiple projects going at one time. It surprised me in the least. All right. So I'm not sure how many people are left. You think it's time for you to go, but you don't know if you'll sleep yet. I really don't have any reason to be up now. You should go and get rested so you're not tired for tomorrow. I mean, excitement would probably carry you through anyhow, but it's best if you sleep. All right, I still have Greg. Courtney's back for the third time. Yeah, I figured you disappeared again. I didn't know if you were still here or not. And Gibberish is here. Yay. Okay. So, are you guys ready for another sprint? And good night, Platcha. If you decide to go to sleep. And I hope you have a wonderful time tomorrow. Okie dokie. Let's get another sprint because I wasted the other one. Doing things. Now I'm ready to get writing, and I need to get writing because now it's a new day. I got my words that I had to get for the first, so I'm ahead of the game. Let me find the timer. 25 minutes. This time, let's see if I can remember to count down without hitting start. We're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Albert, yay, you're still here. Greg says, to tell the truth, I was working even in between the sprints. I do that a lot. And there's nothing wrong with that, certainly. You're not required to just write on the sprint time. If you want to write the whole time, that is certainly up to you. So I will see you all in 24 minutes. All right. I'm in a really tricky situation trying to get all this straight. I had it all really mixed up before, and now that I've changed things around, it's even more mixed up. And I'm trying to put it in order. So Greg says my brain is addled and I need to take a break. I really wanted to finish the video today. Not going to happen. I have to make graphics for about another 4 minutes out of a 13-minute video. Sounds like a lot of hard work. How'd everybody else do? It's 5:30 a.m. here. I will go to bed soon. Yeah, I guess it is. It's just after midnight here. Whitney says I finished filming on video. Got super sleepy, so I'll probably pop off now and head to bed. All right. Good night, Whitney. Thanks for stopping by tonight. Several times. Gerber said I read 10 pages. That's cool. I have some reading to do too. But it's not at the top of my list right now. Obviously, finishing this video, finishing the first book has to be priority number one because I have a deadline on that. I'm still got plenty of time and I'll probably get the deadline without too much trouble. I'm not doing a lot of reading right now, probably. Greg says one video on my channel is being watched a lot at the moment. Some influencer must have done a shout out or posted a link or something. Wish I knew. Yeah, right? Well, that's cool though. It's nice that you're getting the can't think of the word I want. The views. That's good. Albert wrote a lot of descriptions of a teen party, despite never actually going to one. I have no idea what I'm doing. Well, we writers can usually come up with some pretty good stuff about things we've never done before. All right, Greg. If you stop by tomorrow, I'll see you tomorrow. Normal time for me. So good night. We just lost a few people. trying to think about what I want to eat because I, I have a great desire for all kinds of junk right now. I'm in a really hard part of my story. The beginning part was fun. This is the part where, the murder's already happening and now they're investigating, and not a super interesting part of the story. And I try to figure out who did the murder. And I'm trying to, you're trying to make several people look like they did it. And I'm trying not to make it obvious who did it. That's not as easy as you would think. Really. It's difficult. And I know somebody told me I could never figure out the ending of a story. Who did it. I could never figure it out. And somebody once told me recently that, it's the person who's they're a character, but they're a very small character. Like they're not, really featured a lot in the story. And that's the one who did it. And I started using that theory when I was reading, who did it books, or whodunits, or however you want to call them. And I'm like, oh, I understand. So I'm trying to create, someone who isn't, really featured a lot in the story. But obviously people know that theory as well. And, I've got people saying, oh, it was, I'm like, how did you figure that out? Because I hardly ever wrote anything about him in the story. So obviously they know the same theory I was told. Because I remember the first book, I actually figured it out after hearing that. And I'm like, wow, that is just so cool. I can't believe that it was that person. And it was really, actually, it was an interesting story to begin with because it was actually a gender thing. And the person's gender at the end of the story wasn't the gender they were born with. So that led to a little bit more complication of the story. And I'm thinking to myself, is it possible? Because this person, is I think it was a woman. And I'm like, the person they're talking about's a guy. So you had to read the story to get the information on the fact that, this kid had been assigned a gender when he was born, which is, like the transgender people are going through now, that they're making it, more known to people, which is probably why I was able to figure it out. And, they weren't born female, but they identified female, and all the records show that it was a boy because the parents chose to make it a boy. And it wasn't actually, well, actually they weren't transgender. They were born with both sex organs. So what's that, hermaphrodite? Well, anyhow, yeah, yeah, gibberish. Reading thrillers, the murder can be obvious at time, and just the story can fall flat. That's what I'm trying not to do, is fall flat. I mean, I've had several people say they think it's a good story, so I'm not too worried about it falling flat right now, though I'm changing things up. But in this story, I'm trying to figure out how this female, because that was the least, mentioned person in the story. And I'm trying to figure out how this could be. And I had to start putting things together with the fact that they were born a boy. They lost all trace of the boy because he ran away from the school he was at, because the school said, okay, well, your parents say you're a boy, so you're a boy. And they treated him as a boy, but they felt they were a girl. So they ran away from the school. They had a gender transition, but nobody knew about it until later on at the end of the story, when you find out how it, turned out to be a female that did it, because during that time when they disappeared, they had the transition in their gender, and so nobody knew about that. And it was a pretty interesting story. And I actually was surprised that I actually figured it out. And, it's really, sometimes like weaving that story can be hard. I'm not sure I'm really up to this, but I'm trying. I'm definitely trying. But they said if the person is so obvious that you're sure it's that person, it's not going to be that person. So if it's obvious, it's not them. And they were so right. So I actually, for like the first time in my life, and I've read a lot of thriller mysteries and murder stories and stuff, I actually figured it out. And I was like, oh, I never do that. I was really surprised. So I'm trying to do this with my own book. Like everybody has to have it a way that they could be the person. So everybody has to have, some reason that links them to the murder. And then it has to be an unobvious person who ends up being the murderer. It's not as easy as it sounds to do. Chippers asks, what are my writing goals for this year, if you have any? I don't set goals. I just write what I feel like when I feel like. I don't set any goals. No good at following goals, succeeding at goals. People I know make all these goals. Goals don't work for me. So, as a general thing, I'm working on this story and hope to make this a series. And, we're getting somewhere on book 1. I definitely have 3 more that I'm pretty sure I got a lot of information for, but they're not written yet. And they need a lot of work. And then 5 is, I don't know. I'm not sure it's going to go the way I want it to go. I still have to think about that one. And then the other ones are just some old nano projects that I am going to see if I can actually make into stories. because they were going along great. I was doing the, the prompt thing, and like I've been doing, and I got quite a bit written, but I really don't know a lot about the subject, so it's a little harder to write something if you don't really know the subject well. So like the story was going along pretty well, and I went in the hospital and everything came crashing to a halt, and I didn't go on. Like, you're starting from the headphones. I didn't go on with it, so it kind of stopped, and it was hard anyhow because I'm not really sure, secret, like Secret Service sort of thing, not Secret Service, secret groups in the military, that have, like Green Berets and all that stuff. I don't know a lot about that, so I'm not sure whether or not the story will continue on or not. And I went ahead and made a couple covers for a couple that I might be able to write. I have another one, same sort of thing. I was writing for a while, and then I kind of threw it together and ended it because it was getting, I was tired of writing it from the prompts like I was doing. And I kind of threw an ending to it, but I'm like, well, if I did this and this, I could probably get a story out of it. So it's kind of what I edit for at this point. So, do you have anything planned, or I can't remember if you're just doing schoolwork or actually writing? A few people here just do schoolwork. They're not necessarily writers. Oh man, I have to get up early tomorrow. I have to go give blood. I hope it's just blood and not a urine sample, because I'm not sure I want to go through the whole urine sample thing. Right now, you're not doing schoolwork, even though you should. I'm just reading and chilling. I'm trying to read 30 books this year. 30 books. I was reading one book a day for a long time. That's a lot of books. 30 books. I mean, it sounds like a lot, but compared to reading one book every single day, I read a lot. I read from the time I got up till I went to bed. But I wasn't writing then. I didn't really feel like writing at that point. 10 years ago, I started my first blog, and I started getting back into really writing, which is something I always enjoyed but didn't do. Now, every now and then I go through the blogs and start deleting stuff that I feel is not worthy. When I wrote it, it seemed like it was okay, and then as time goes on, I'm like, oh my gosh, what are you doing? Well, my writing got better, and that wasn't good, or I rewrite it. It's just like, hi, Laura. Got some words in, you post it on Instagram, you vlogged, you edit it, and uploaded a video for day one. Time for some sleep. Sounds like it. Sounds like you had a very busy night. Plus you worked. Obviously, you were at work when you came on earlier. So you've been a busy little bee. Yeah, I uploaded day 1 my plans for Nano. I finally got that one done. I said this is day 1. I think I better put the my plans up. I don't think I'll vlog, whatever, every day, or maybe not even every week. I'm not able to do that many videos. I know some people do, but I have enough stuff to do without trying to do that. So, happy dreams, and see you later. And that was a cute little puppy. That really was adorable. Babies will turn into pure Z's. Yep, there you go. Yeah, I had to sleep last night with a pulse ox on, and it registered that I don't get enough oxygen at night, and I have to start wearing oxygen with my BiPAP machine, which maybe will help me feel a little better or more alive. My brain is like dead. Maybe that will work, but my brain level oxygen, the oxygen level in my bloodstream, feeding the brain and all the other things, was super slow. Low. It was danger levels. So I'm glad I finally got that turned out. Thank you. Good night. All right. Anyone want to sprint again, or dropping in numbers rapidly? Well, they started swelling a little bit, but they stopped. So they're not super swollen right now. Let's see. Let me look at them, because that can happen quickly. They're a little swollen, but not too bad. They're not too bad. And they're not purple. Like the other night, they were purple and swollen really bad. So they're not too bad, thankfully. But with this breathing thing now, I have to start wearing oxygen. But maybe I'll be able to think better, because oxygen into the brain is not good. Plus, it might help it might even help the legs from swelling too. I don't know for sure. Because all that stuff is all mixed together. So maybe if I actually get a good night's sleep, actually have, oxygen levels aren't dropping into the danger zone, and maybe I could get into a little bit better shape than what I am right now. Got popcorn in my in my teeth. Love it. Just love popcorn. Let's see where we are. Blood sugar. Oh, wow. Gotta be careful. It's pretty low. Not in the danger zone yet. I'm still okay. It hasn't been this low for a while, so that's good. That is definitely good. So anyhow, did you guys want to sprint again or not? Okay, good. You're ready to spray. Let me set the timer. 25 minutes, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Good. Algorithm too. Great. All right, guys. See you in 25 minutes. Hi, Shay. Nice to see you. And you too, Rose. We're sprinting. Still got over 8 minutes left. I'm kind of bouncing all over the place. Hope you'll still be here when we're done. I gotta get back to my writing. Actually, I'm updating Nano right now from yesterday. We're down to the last 2 minutes and 20 seconds. So there's no sense starting something new right this second. And timer's going to go off on me. So, I looked at my story and I'm like, it's going to take more brain power. I probably should do it when I'm more awake. Didn't realize how out of order a lot of my story was. I mean, the beta readers pointed it out to me, of course. And trying to put it straight and get it fixed in the right order so the story's told consecutively and not all over the place. You take a challenge. Hopefully not all month, because they have May 1st it's due to the editor. So I gotta be done screwing around with it. But I decided to change part of the story, and that's what's screwing a lot of this up, because you know it's filtering down through the story and I have to change things, and I changed several things, not just one thing. So it's not just a simple one thing fix and you're done kind of thing. There's several different areas that it affects. And I've lost about 3,000 words. I've actually cut about 3,000 words, so we're under 50,000 now. I'm not super happy about that, but whether I'll get them back, maybe, who knows. But for right now, I have to power through and at least get this story in the right order before I can decide what needs to be added to it. Alrighty. Almost 20 seconds. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and done. Almost forgot to go to the timer page and turn it off. So guys, how did we do? Anybody get anything done? I didn't do a super lot. I got something to eat. I gotta stop. No more. My sugars are in control right now, and I'm trying to keep them from going out of control. I think they went out once today, which is minor compared to what it was the other night. It's really a problem the other night. I was on the phone twice during the middle of the night with the doctor. So I had gotten cortisone injections in my knees, and the steroids raise your blood sugar. And I could not get it down. And it was so high. And then I gave myself insulin like the doctor told me. But then we went the wrong way and dropped suddenly. So now I'm dropping and dropping and dropping. It was a really horrible night. So have you guys got anything to report? I updated Nano, so that's updated for yesterday. Helene, hi. Hey, haven't been here in a long time. Nice to see you. We just finished the sprint. Probably a couple minutes ago. I just updated my Nano for yesterday. I'm ahead of the game. I put a really low amount on there because I didn't really want to lose. That is why I can work and take it easy if I want to. Because on, the November one, those are so difficult for me. So I like camp. I can take it easy. So what have you been up to, Helene? Writing anything for Nano? Your website's getting better. It's not perfect, but it is getting a little bit better at least. I was mentioning earlier, I have to start using oxygen at night. I knew there was a problem, but nobody would listen to me. So the doctor finally put a pulse ox on me last night, and I failed big time. So oxygen for me at nighttime. I don't have to wear it during the day, but I have to wear it at night. Colleen says I started a new project for Camp Nano. It's a little bit challenging writing our first draft after spending months on polishing a different project, but it's fun. Yeah, I've been writing the same project since July's camp. I started this book on July's camp, and when November rolled around, I decided to redo the whole thing. I mean, I even changed names and everything. I mean, I renamed my characters. The story was a little bit different. Not completely different, but a little bit different. But I rewrote the whole thing. And so at the end of November, I had like 52,000 or so words in the story. And so I've been working at it. And so I decided to do it for this Nano too, to finish it, because I have beta readers already. And I'm trying to do their corrections and then get a set by the end of the month. It has to be to the editor for editing. And while I was writing this one book that was supposed to be one book, it suddenly grew into a long series. And parts 2 and 3 are already, bits and pieces of it are started. I don't know where the beginning and the end will be. I have a chunk for each of them. I have to figure out where they're going to be, starting and ending. So my Nano project is finish book 1 and then start book 2 and or 3 and do at least 20,000 words. So I'm already off to a good start. I've been putting out quite a few words on my on part 3 right now. I'm doing it on my blog, so it's growing pretty rapidly. It's near the end for the blog. It won't be the end once it becomes a book, but that's where it's going to end in the blog. So that's what I've been doing. Let's see, I think Gibberish was reading. I'm not sure what Alfred was doing. And Rose just popped in not too long ago. And Cachet popped in not too long ago. Earlier I put together my video for my camp project, and I do plan with me's every week, so I got that set up so it's ready to launch on Sunday. So I did 2 videos earlier. I've been busy. Busy, busy, busy. Not sure how much longer I'm going to run this thing. I've been live 6.5 hours. I'm known around here as having long sprints. And the longest one I did was 11.5 hours. Like, I don't have much to do with my life, so I spend it streaming. I figure I'm writing anyhow, might as well run the live stream while I'm at it, right? I mean, there's a lot out there to pick from right now because of being Nano month. You have your pick of streams, believe me. I was looking for some earlier and had no problem finding the whole list of them, so plenty to choose from. Gibber says you and your long sprints. But I appreciate it, so thank you. You're welcome. Most people do. They tell me they really enjoy the fact that I have long sprints. So I know the 2-hour ones, it seems like you're just getting started and then, it's ending. I think there's only been a few times when I've done anything less than 4. That's usually when I'm on my way to the hospital. I entertain everybody with my going to the hospital thing. I've done it twice now. I've gone to the hospital in the middle of a sprint. Oh my gosh. And I got people on here rooting me on and staying with me until the ambulance arrives. And you have a lot of fun. I would rather not go to the hospital, but we have a lot of fun. So, we can always start another sprint. I didn't get as much done last time as I wanted to because I ended up eating something instead. I start to take some medicines. It take a while. Okay. Albert says, sure. Chipper said, I'd rather you not go to the hospital too, but health is important. And yes, sprint. Listen, I'll tell you, the guys on my stream are great. And they're caring, and you guys are wonderful. And, you support me when when I'm sitting here waiting for the ambulance or my daughter to come pick me up or whatever way I'm getting to the hospital. I've got company. I've got people giving me support and love. So I appreciate all my streamers. I mean, you guys are wonderful. Can't ask for a better group. So let me set the timer. 25 minutes. We're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Good night, Albereth, if you haven't already left. I forgot to turn the, forgot to mute it. Ren was running my nebulizer machine, so I hope it wasn't too loud. I have to go to bed too, so as soon as this stream runs out, I will be ending. 7 hours. Yes, time to end. So, I'll say good night to all you guys. Once this timer hits the end, I will end my stream for the night. And I need to go to bed because I have to get up early for my doctor appointments. I have 2 of them tomorrow to take care of, well, lab and a doctor appointment. But it's going to take a lot of time with the transportation stuff in between getting there from back and forth, since I use state transportation. It takes a while. So, basically, we're almost done to the end of the stream. I want to thank everybody for coming. And I'm streaming tomorrow night starting at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Saturday, Sunday are both 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And hope to see you guys soon. Alrighty. So good night. Gibberish says thank you for this live. And this time I actually stayed in the end. Recently I've been popping in and out of your streams. I lasted this time. Great job. Yeah. I got a few people that pop in and out all the time. It's like, are you coming or going? I'm sure. But nice to see you guys, and I'll catch you all later. Bye.